Morning, folks. It's Friday. You've almost made it to the weekend. Got a boosty pack. Of course, Nightball. Folks know we're live. Rito! Thank you for the 33 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I did get my Primaria, yeah. Yeah, Sapstone TSC was very reasonable. We're gonna play some set this afternoon. William, we didn't get a crown or an immersive yesterday. Yeah, we had pretty good variants overall, but I kind of wanted one or the other. Morning, Octopus. Yeah, I got a lot of 2-stars yesterday, and I hit all the EXs. Sorry to complain too much. Alright, one more 10 pull. I kind of like a second fancy Suicune though. Never an immersive or the 2-star. The immersive's actually a lot more likely than the 2-star. I'm surprised. I think this is the first time I max spent on day 1 and didn't hit an immersive. Out of all the sets. Regular old Suicune. Max Bay Day 2? I don't think so. I rip a few, but I think I've got like 200 Pokegold left. I don't intend to put more money in the system until next season. I might spend down what I have though. I bought all their sale bundles or whatever. Octopus, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. Those bits of direct support are why this is able to be my job. Thanks for coming back. Yeah, I don't think I really have any plans for Shadowverse in the short term. I think I had enough of games that don't do balance passes and have poor balance after my decades of Magic the Gathering. I don't think I have it in me to go through that again with a game that's digital and it's very easy for them to rebalance their stuff. I'm glad other people are having fun, but I'm gonna choose to chase my joy with other things. Yeah, these packs this morning were real mediocre. Pendulum swinging back around from yesterday. Two more pulls. Does Pokemon TCG do balance patches? They don't. Their game's just better balanced than than Shadowverse is. to set a low bar. I've played, there we go. I've played a lot of card games over the years, and it's really, like, the Rune deck in Shadowverse last season is genuinely one of the worst balanced decks in any game I've ever played. Well, that immersive art is not happy on the emulator this morning, huh? That's funny. Oh, look at that. I said I wanted a crowd or an immersive, so we could have both. I accept. See, you just had to complain that our packs have been a little bit bad so far this morning. Just had to whine a little bit. All right, well, we're certainly starting with the deck that contains both of those. You had to press the share remote button. I have 10 more packs. Do I just open the last? I was gonna open the last 10. I'm not, and then I won't be tempted anymore. And we're done. All the money is spent. Yeah, Shadowverse really doesn't have any popularity outside of the Japanese-speaking audience. All of the biggest English content creators for Shadowverse are really small. Ooh, shiny. Alright, well, obviously we're starting with the Suicune Manatite deck. You need a second crown. No, I've been down that path before. I've been down that path. It leads to only darkness. I might make this the pack that we slowly chip at over months when I'm done with other sets to work up to the second crown. I don't know. We'll see how relevant the babies are months from now, but... Alright, I think we're gonna start with the build I think is likely the worst, and then slowly work my way up. Alright, so we have a shiny Manatite, and a Suicune, immersive and a 2-star. Alright, I want to start with this pile of cards. I think I like the full art Pibiju rather than the shiny one. Let's go fishing to start this morning, huh? What decks am I gonna try today? If you want to see a bunch of different decks I've got loaded up for today, you should check out the new decks roundup on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel. Do you think the Mewtwo spawner deck could use Jumpluff? No, I don't think you could play a stage 1 and a stage 2 in the same deck reasonably. At least not like that. There's just too many things. Sky Shaman Froakie. It's an interesting combination. Oh, it's Suicune. Okay, so Sky Shaman's there, so when they lead the Froakie, they can get the Suicune up. That makes sense. Excellent, excellent start to ranked this morning. So Gyarados in theory could do 140. I'll play out one more basic to play around Sabrina, but then we're hoping to just like spike Gyarados, spike Leaf. If we miss, we're probably cooked. Just as a general comment, because this will both help you get better at games and create more engaging content, rather than saying, Jeff, why aren't you doing XYZ? Instead, use some critical thinking skills and articulate your thought. Say, Jeff, I think you should do this because, and then articulate the position that you have. Help me understand why you think the thing is good that you're suggesting instead of expecting me to tell you that your suggestion is bad. You know, thinking about it, Misty decks really haven't been competitive since they added Rank to this game. Which is kind of funny because we had always kind of memed a little bit about how miserable Ranked would be in a game where Misty existed as a card, so it's going to be an interesting season if people are playing Misty decks. Gyarados is interesting into Suicune because it lets you full clear your bench for damage, reducing the output of their attacker. Cincio, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think with them hitting the rare candy here, we're cooked. We did our Gyarados on curve. Alas, we missed it. I mentioned looking for a Leaf. Do I have Leaf in here? If you want to see what decks I have cooked up for today, check out the new decks roundup on the channel. Actually, don't have a copy. If I copy X Speed, is that right? I guess X Speed lets me reposition after a bad lead into the Manatike. Leaving Suicune up is like not the end of the world. Alright, going first. Can I have a baby? I wonder if we're supposed to charge Suicune when we lead on Suicune. I elected not to charge Suicune in the previous game because my opponent had first energy advantage. we're vibing on these other two for now, especially with the communication. Yeah, seeing this opener again, I think I want copies of Leaf. It's probably the case. Are we cooked? Feeling dead again. Let's grab Gary. The problem here is they get to clear Suicune to start. I think we're probably dead from there. It definitely feels like it's going to be important to be able to move Suicune around to either the Gyarados when we need that bigger burst sooner, or to be able to get Manatike up to the front. Yeah, giving up some combination of Fisher and Fishing Gun is probably correct. I think I'll give up one of those, then sub out the X speed for the copy of Leaf. And then from here, we need 2 hits on this, so we're just dead. I think we'll sub the net and the X speed for 2 copies of Leaf. One of the nice things for people who are lamenting bad polls between the chats is that Darkrai Giratina is eternally one of the best decks. So, you know, you don't need 2 cards to be competitive. Just play the busted things. The deck ever reigned for that long in Snap? Marvel Snap does a very good job of regularly balancing their game so the top decks periodically rotate through different things. In addition to releasing new cards weekly, Snap does balance passes every other week. They have a lot of churn. Leaf looking really good here. And then one of the kind of interesting things about this Gyarados is that it lets us discard things that could otherwise be Cyrused, which is neat. I think I want to leave the Suicune on my bench, so that way, I think I want to leave the Suicune on my bench, so that way, in case they have Giovanni. Because if they Lily, they go to 130, then back down to 120, and I can deal 140 next turn in theory. Oh, but I guess I have to bin my whole bench to do that, right? So that's not good. I mean, maybe I am supposed to bin this too and just count on the Fisher bringing it back. You think Pocket would be improved by doing balance passions? Absolutely 100%. Do I need 2 Suicunes? I don't think so. I'm trying to decide if I want an extra mana type or a Pibiju. I think I want the Pibiju. I can't full clear the Solgaleo because then this is at 10 and it dies to the Skarmory, right? And one of the things when it comes to, you know, talking about balance and stuff too is like when people hear balance in card games, I feel like there's this very knee-jerky reaction towards well, balance means they're gonna nerf things, right? And in reality, that's not strictly the case. I need a basic real bad next turn, huh? You could also buff things with balance passes too. Is there another basic in my deck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do I have 8? What am I playing? I'm on 2 Suicune, 2 Magikarp, a Pibiyukin, and 2 Manaphy. Oh, I'm pretty sure there's not a basic in my deck, which I think means we're cooked. Yeah. Well, shoot. You're a turn late, bud. Fisher helping not just Gyarados, but also your Suicunes as your finisher is nice. And then the problem here is Suicune is dead to the Solgaleo after the Skarmory hits it, yeah. So their Solgaleo lived here. I think I was perhaps wrong on the first Gyarados attack I made. I should have swung a little deeper on it. Did you know the new Celebi does damage after it devolves? I mean, the timing on when it does damage is irrelevant. When you devolve the Pokemon, the damage that it has on it stays marked while its max total HP changes. So it doesn't, I'm pretty sure it does damage before it devolves because things like red deal extra damage to an EX and then it devolves it into the other things. I think you're actually wrong there. It's irrelevant the order that it does it in, generally speaking, because the max HP of the character is changing and the damage stays marked on it, but it actually does the damage and then it devolves it because things like red do extra damage. Not a fantastic start for us so far. Our Magikarp playing into Slappy Knuckle is unfortunate here. We have a cape at least, though. I think I'm looking for more basics here, so I'm gonna research before we Pokeball. Combo. That was not the Lucario I was expecting, but it makes the Swata make more sense, I suppose. Wow! I queue up with a Magikarp deck for the first time in forever, and I queue into a Lucario EX deck? Wake up, sheeple. Splashy toss extra energy here. Good old deck-based matchmaking, exactly. We're so cooked, gamers. Lucario is Hidden Spice. It one-shots all the babies on the bench. So again, when you're coming at the card with an opinion like that, you're really showing your bias towards watching content and not towards playing against good decks or knowing what's actually good. Like, it's kind of like the new Celebi, right? Like, sure, new Celebi is good against rare candy decks, but also rare candy decks aren't very good in the Pokemon Pocket metagame. Again, the top 3 decks in the metagame last season were Giratina Darkrai, Buzzwole, and Sylveon Espeon. Thoughts on 18 Trainer Suicune? I'm so injured by reading takes from Twitch chat, I genuinely can't tell if that's a real suggestion or if I'm being trolled. Alright, one of these games we're gonna get to go first with the Manatike. It's gonna be glorious. Narrator, he would in fact stop playing this deck before he went first with the Manatike. I think Entei and Raikou can find homes and good decks. Absolutely, you should check out my new decks roundup today on the Pokemon Pocket YouTube channel. New deck ideas up there for all sorts of things. Well, we're not playing the last bench slot out. We need room for Magikarp. Do we think Suicune can beat Espeon in ranked? Maybe. The general rule of thumb is all the best decks from the previous metagame are still the best decks until proven otherwise. We're still just leaving a slot open on the bench here. What's the best card in this set, and why is it Slowking? Asking the real questions. Inquiring minds would like to know. Slowking is a tool. That's just accurate. Truthful reporting. I'd really like a Magikarp here. Not guaranteed to be a carp, but incredibly likely. Oh, variance is a fickle bitch. And the problem is, because I didn't have the Magikarp last turn, I didn't get to put an energy on it, which means I can't attack with Gyarados this turn. We're dead to Cyrus, but I don't have any outs to play around that, so I'm not going to worry about it. If I'd have had energy on this last turn, we would have beaten Cyrus by discarding the Suicune, which would have been nice. Yes, that was the classic 66% communication failure. All right, I've got one more embarrassing loss than me with this one, but our beats have been real bad this morning. Every 66%er we've had, we've lost. Have an ad roll, gamers. We're gonna lose a few more and played lots of other stuff this morning. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. Zero of the games where we went first, we had Manatike. Every game where we went second, we didn't start Suicune. What decks you got lined up for today? You should check the new decks roundup on the YouTube channel. Should highlight up a bunch of things I put together and sent some words on last night. Currently building this deck, and I'm considering Elemental Switch instead of either Cape or Sabrina for spots where Gyarados doesn't show up or Magic Card shows up late. Thoughts? I mean, my thoughts would be I don't think it's worth playing. That's why I'm not playing it. I think building your deck to play cards that are not great in your average case and high roll case situation so you can make your shit draws slightly better is generally speaking not good deck building. In any remotely average case situation, Elemental Switch is largely a brick here. I think a card like Sabrina is going to win you lots of games, and I think Giant Cape has a lot of value in decks featuring baby Pokemon and these 140 HP EX basics. Saves you from a lot of breakpoints. Alright, we have a Tyke. We have Magikarp. We have a Pokeball to find another thing. Feel free to link interesting tournament decks that you think are worthwhile that you saw, but I skimmed all the tournament results and there really wasn't anything of note in them, in my opinion. Like the handful of new decks or things that showed up were like the cookie cutter textbook obvious, like Suicune Greninja type stuff. Which I covered in the roundup yesterday, but it's like not really a particularly noteworthy call out. Leave this last bench slot for a Suicune here. Potentially, I will hold the Manatike in hand in case we draw Gyarados. Hey, deck, one of our 3 copies of Gyarados, please. That could be anything, even a Gyarados. Alright, I'm gonna play something that's hopefully more functional than this. How annoying can a Celebi Aerodactyl deck be? I mean, I'm usually not very annoyed when my opponent's playing a deck that's going to lose most of the time. Piece of candy. Pokeball. Lovely. I think I want to play my tools out just to make playing disruptive cards less appealing. Alright, looking for a Sylveon or our stage 2. If we'd hit our stage 2 there, we probably win the game on the spot. It's unfortunate. A lot of bricks. This is one of those spots where we didn't just brick on the stage 2, right? We also bricked on Sylveon. I didn't evolve the other Eevee into Glaceon because if we draw Sylveon, we're gonna want to be able to Sylveon. I think we're probably too far gone at this point. They have plenty of time to set up now. We needed to hit the second turn if we missed the first one. Yeah, they're at a point where they can heal for 60 a turn. The number one question people want to ask is, what are the best decks for the new season whenever new cards drop? And the eternal question that you always need, or the eternal answer you always need to remember is that all of the best decks from the previous season are still the best decks until proven otherwise. Now, because I already have Rare Candy and Jumpluff at hand, I'm not going to play this Professor's Research. So if we get Mars or red carded, Mars and red card are worse against us while there's researches in our deck. And we're not looking for anything in particular. I already have what I need in my hand. Now, next turn, assuming our hand doesn't change here, we'll research because we're going to want to dig for Glaceon for this EV. There's the red card we were playing around. Let's see how our new hand ends up looking here. Hey, look, they red carded me into not one draw two, but two draw twos. Let's go digging. Ooh, piece of candy. Do I want to draw two cards? You got a stupid question as that game. Of course I want to draw two cards. Am I putting the Rocky helmet on Sylveon is the question. So I hit them for 70. And then they heal up to 100. Yeah, I want to put the Rocky helmet on here because I hit them for 70. They heal to 100. They'll go down to 80, and then I'll 70 plus switch into Glaceon next turn, which will let me finish the Espeon. So if they don't EV bag here, we get to clean up next turn. All right, so they know they need to EV bag. I think I want a second Jumpluff. So no reason to put the Glaceon up. It's we're cleaning them out anyways here. That's the first of the two knockouts they're gonna need. And then I guess they could have second EV bag here, but they can't just put the Sylveon up without healing. Because they put it up without healing. It takes 10 down to 80, and then it takes 10 on the pass back to me. So they need a Caper and Eevee bag here. Or they die to the Jumpluff next turn. Okay, there's the Cape. And then do they have second Cyrus to finish here? Is the next question. Oh wow, they had the bag too, yep. Most of these decks don't have room for 2 Cyrus. We'll find out here. They have 2 bags, a red card, and a silver. Was their bottom card second Cyrus, or are we done here? It appears we are done here. And then I have 1 Cyrus in my deck, and this Sylveon's gonna guarantee we draw it next turn. So they are cooked. That's pretty clean. Up 1 against the best deck in the metagame. Good on, Corvette. We played like 8 hours of Pocket yesterday. Right, FYI. Jumpluff seems very good. It is a very good Pokemon Pocket card, yes. We can't attack for 70 until turn 2 anyways. We're going second, so might as well lead Eevee and find a friend here. We're having a lot of fun with the Slowking deck. It's such a cool card. Absolutely agree. We started with Slowking the other day because I just opened 2 full art Traveling Merchants. I was really surprised at how strong it felt. Suicune inside of Tina Ninja makes a lot of sense. Look at all these Pokemon abilities, chat. We're almost like the paper card game. There's so many. I'll play Rocky Head out again. Just want to make my hand better against red card and Mars. I kind of want the Rocky Helmet on Glaceon. This means I can't attack with Sylveon if I miss. I guess I could draw other Sylveon if we miss on Jumpluff. This is ideal. So now I get to go Rare Candy into the Jumpluff. And then I get to put Glaceon on here. And then I get to go Energy onto the Jumpluff. And then hit them and then switch back into the... Switch back into the Glaceon. I don't know if I want third Eevee or second Jumpluff on the bench. I think my gut says second Jumpluff. There's also value in holding back my bench Pokemon for the time being because of their Suicune. So I'm gonna hold these in hand for now. We are playing Mono Psychic Energy in this deck. I thought about splitting the energy between the two, but the fact that Glaceon needs 2 water energy means it's so unlikely that you're going to get to attack with it ever. I think it's also pretty rare that we're just going to build up 3 energy on an Eevee, so I opted to have the consistency of being able to 70 with Sylveon. How do they ever kill the first Jumpluff, though? Cyrus plus Greninja. Make a Latias Latios deck. Those cards are very likely unplayable. Sorry to disappoint. Latias is just Azelf in a trench coat. It is kind of Azelf in a trench coat, isn't it? That's such a funny way to put it, but yeah, you're basically right. We tried Jumpluff Cursula. Cursula has a 2 energy retreat cost. Are we supposed to fit an evolution in here for an answer to Oricorio? Probably, yeah. Yeah, probably. I don't think I have it out at this point, right? Is their Greninja is gonna kill my Glaceon beforehand? I can Cyrus and clear the Suicune, but I don't think we get through the Oricorio. Yeah, Baby Sylveon or Baby Espeon are both fine answers. We have a lot of evolutions. Baby Sylveon's probably fine. Although, actually, if the plan is getting through the Oricorio, I shouldn't have played this out. I should have played the Eevee so that way second Glaceon can maybe chip shot through this. Yeah, that was a mistake. I held this for so long, and then I finally played when I made a mistake. Does Baby Sylveon work with any evolution or just Eevee? It's just evolution Pokemon on your bench. Yeah, this should have been an Eevee. Honestly, with Glaceon and Helmet's able to deal chip shot damage, we probably could play Baby Espeon instead of Baby Sylveon, because Baby Espeon's a lot more energy efficient, and then randomly hedges matchups like other Giratina decks and things like Charizard. Like the one energy attack has a ton of value. Yeah, we're gonna lose this, and it's my fault. This should have been an Eevee. We had second Glaceon. I think we could maneuver this potentially. Could we? I think we probably just eat it to Tina plus the ninjas anyways. Yeah, probably. Let's splash it. Let's splash a baby in here. What we gotta give up. I would give anything for sideboards in this game. Lucario, such a frustrating card when in a game without sideboards. Having to make my deck worse in so many places to play around it. I think I have to give up the cape. I think I like the Rocky helmet a lot. Almost got by Rail. Caught it before we queued. Hand's pretty good. Bunch of draws, and a piece of candy. What is a sideboard? A sideboard or a side deck is a mechanic that a number of other TCGs use, where there is a small number of additional cards that you can switch in between games that you play. So it allows you to not just be dead to things like an Lucario in your deck that primarily wants to play EX Pokemon. So we'll Pokeball before we Sylveon here because we're looking for a rare candy, so I want to thin this basic Pokemon out before we draw extra. I'm going to evolve up the baby Eevee. Looking for a research or a candy. We are so cooked, gamers. How has Pocket felt with the latest expansion? Today's the first day we'll really be able to get a vibe to answer that question. Yesterday there was no ranked, and we just played bad decks against bad decks, which really doesn't tell you how anything feels. He's like, losing our first knockout point here means they only have to kill one EX, which probably means we're in trouble. I'm not evolving this, because if I find another Sylveon, I want to be able to Sylveon to dig for the rare candy for Jumpluff. With the Jumpluff hit here, I think I can play the Glaceon out now. I will be playing more once on Monday, Ben. We got a Snap OTA yesterday and new pocket cards. I want to focus on content that's fresh. Well, they're out of grass capes. I think for the time being, I just leave the Jumpluff up. Let this take a hit. Oh, I guess if I put the Glaceon up, they would have had to put the full health Kartana up. Although I'm not sure that that really matters in the grand scheme of things. I guess it matters because I have this copy of Cyrus, yeah? I could have lost to Lucamine plus a heads with that line. Okay, Glaceon marked damage here. This means Cyrus can steal it for us. Neither of us having particularly strong draws in this game. Them missing Buzzwole and us pummeling to get our Jumpluff online early. Yep, Glaceon is purely a free damage wall. Allows your Jumpluff to effectively deal 80 every single turn, and then more than that in some other situations as well. Jumpluff Cursula is probably gimmicky, yes. The problem with Jumpluff Cursula is you need to add... No, I was about to say you need to add Sky Shaman, but Sky Shaman actually doesn't impact evolution Pokemon. The thing with Jumpluff is you need a Pokemon that you can keep retreating to get back to your Jumpluff every single turn. So the two energy retreat costs aren't really tenable for that. It's why you gotta play Zangoose instead of Druddigon. Select combat patterns in this deck. Yeah, a lot of neat things to think about for sure in terms of how your damage lines up. Boat plus Glaceon is underrated. I don't think Boat plus Glaceon solves any problems that we have, and my deck list already doesn't have enough slots for all the valuable utility cards I want to be able to play. I'm trying to fit in 3 EVs, 5 evolutions, a stage 2, and rare candies. There's not room to play mediocre cards like a Boat. There's technically a combination of cards here that could let them KO my Hoppip with the Raikou, but it's like 3 or 4 things that are pretty specific, so hopefully that's not about to happen. That's one of them. All right, going looking for a piece of candy here. If we find the candy, we have the full setup. We have the Jumpluff pivot into the Glaceon with an extra energy on Sylveon to boot. Raikou here does allow them to chip shot my bench Pokemon. I assume they're a Cyrus deck with Raikou as a chip shot. So we've got a draw step, 2 redraws with Sylveon, and then redraws into second Sylveon or Professor's Research. Or we could just hit it right away. I think I'm still drawing. Find the candy, save the world, something like that. I'm gonna put the extra energy on Sylveon for now, just so it's ready to attack if we need it. I think I'm gonna go ahead and research here. It ain't easy being breezy. Switch to the water dog. Ice dog? Ice dog, switch to the blue dog. Hey, look, chat. We added a solution just for that one. There's only 1 EV left in my deck, though, so we're gonna need to draw here. And what an easy game Pokemon Pocket is. Glaceon could also kill Oracle eventually. It can, but it takes a while. We also have a copy of Cyrus that could snag this Magnemite that was chip-shotted earlier as well. Just one of those in 6 cards. So our literal only utility slot is a Miser Cyrus because we have so much chip-shotting damage. Yeah, I think Baby Espeon is better than Baby Sylveon in this deck. Just because we're so energy tight with retreating every turn. I think the 1 energy attackers are ideal. Should we retreat to Sylveon so we can swap to Espeon next turn? Maybe. I'm not sure it really matters. You're probably right. I don't know if there's a wrong way to eat this, Reese's. But this sequence gives them time to bob and weave. Yes, you have healed for 10 or for 30. 20? That depends on how you squint, I suppose. Boop him. Boop him on the nose. Alright, gamers, let's throw this deck list up on the screen. Maybe take a brief pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. If you're someone that's new here, I always take a brief break from gameplay and put the deck list up and talk with chat while adverts run, because I think it's super rude when ads go over the top of gameplay on live streams. So, thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be playing Pocket all morning, and then we'll be checking out the new Snap OT this afternoon. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button if you enjoy us testing new decks and ranked. Appreciate the folks that have done that this morning already. Good morning, good morning. It's 160 for 1 good, maybe a little above rate. This deck can't possibly be good, right? It's got 12 Pokemon in it. It would be unheard of. It's illegal for a deck with this few trainers to be good. Plus, Glaceon can't possibly be playable. That would make me too happy. It's 160 for 1 good. Yep, it's okay. A Pokemon deck with actual Pokemon in it, I know. Insert insanity. If they moved Zone up, they wouldn't have died, sure, but like, how do they win the game long term? You're correct. Gamers are correct. My opponent could have taken lines to not be dead the turn they were dead. They did not have lines to not. They did not have lines to win the game, though. Rocky Helmet's technically a tech card as well, but yeah, we only have 2 slots for tech cards here. Putting a Rocky helmet on a Glaceon kind of lets you do 110 damage in a go cycle with Jumpluff, which is nice. All right, let's jump back in, shall we? We're going first, so I don't need to play this out just yet. Let's go dig in here. I'm gonna Rocky Helmet on the Eevee just because I want to make my hand smaller to insulate us against possible disruptive cards here. Oh, looking for a Jumpluff. Looking for a Jumpluff. I think I'm just supposed to give them a point. Which doesn't feel good, but it's the reality. I really don't intend to spend breath answering, Jeff, should you play this other utility card that would have been better in that game that you just played instead of the one that you're actually playing? There's lots of fine utility cards in Pokemon Pocket. They all win you games in different spots that the other card won't. Take your hedge as you please. I think we're just fully cooked here once we give up a point, right? Because Luxray with Volkner just cleans us out now. Is there a more peak chat experience than me saying the words? I don't want to talk about other tech cards being better, and then someone else being like, but this other tech card's so good. Oh, Chatters. You're so silly, Chatters. My wife made a comment to me in front of the kids the other day that I get paid to play video games, and I was like, no, I actually get paid to read chat. The video games are the things that are enjoyable. The part that's actually work is the interactive bits. I did get my 30 pity points this morning, man. Cursula is not a good Pokemon pocket card. I do not intend to spend time playing it. Are you excited about Lego Pokemon? Like a Lego game that's Pokemon? That sounds sweet. I like a lot of the other Lego games. Oh, just official branded Legos that are Pokemon stuff. Nah, I don't really care about that. If I'd have had Baby Sylvia on chat, we could have killed their Oricorio here. Very clearly this means I should switch. Very clearly this means I should switch to playing Baby Sylveon. You know, I should have put the helmet on here, right? So they couldn't just attack me. Oh, they're Irida anyways. Yeah. Oof. Water Electric with no Dratini, what is happening? What is happening is the opponent's playing a stock good deck from last season. With a new EX Pokemon in it. We're not beating second Oricorio. That one's definitely a point in favor of Baby Sylveon. Maybe Baby Sylveon would have won that game. I would have had time to set it up in the other game too. All right. Right, it does 70 with one evolution. Ralph! Damn it, Ralph! Stop touching my energy. Man, seeing the current president of Mexico talk about how their neoliberal period is over and they're gonna build more public trains and affordable housing makes me feel some sort of way. Jealous is probably the word that I'm looking for, but definitely a feeling. I think we're looking for a friend and kind of like a Glaceon to pivot back and forth with the Jumpluff on. It's neat that the Breeze by attack lets us mitigate our character's weakness as well. Like we're weak to lightning, but it's not going to be in the active spot while that's relevant. Catch you later, Pikachu. I'm out. Deuces. And they're in chat for recommendations of Pokemon to run with Entei. Yeah, I had some Entei decks and some other ideas inside of the new decks roundup on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel this morning. You should check it out. I think the Entei deck was actually the first one on the list, if I recall correctly. Kuzma. Rude. Okay, so we're gonna have to take a line that leaves us dead to them having 2 bench Pokemon, but I'm pretty sure it's the line still. So we're gonna pivot, we're gonna hit them, we're gonna pivot back to the Glaceon. Because this does 70 and then Glaceon's trigger finishes, but we do die to bench and the Pikachu doing 90 here. They could be holding back, or they could top deck a research. There's one. Yep. Yep. Cyrus! Cyrus! To be, Cyrus, to be! And then we are obviously dead to there, Cyrus. Unlucky. I just don't understand how people have room for all these cards in their decks. Like I struggle to fit like the three or four utility cards I want into a deck, and I get like Mars and then red carded and then Cyrus and then Guzma, and it's just like, what? Is there 40 cards in your deck? How do all these utility cards fit in? I wish the actual Pokemon cards were better in this game. I was hoping that was one thing they'd do different than the paper Pokemon TCG that's mostly traders. Yeah. Yeah, the answer is they only play like 5 or 6 actual Pokemon. I wish playing Stage 2s than Stage 1s was better. He says, trying to play a deck full of them. With the baby water Pokemon, do you think there's a chance that a Glaceon deck could be viable? Probably not. I think something like this is probably about as competitive as you're going to get Glaceon to be. Search up some basics here. Rocky helmet here, getting some gets my hand down to 3, making red card Mars worse, and it gives some chip shot damage in case we find Glaceon next turn. Man, people are not fans of our Pokemon tools this morning. I don't think there's any reason to draw 2 more here. I think we just chill. Miltank Lucario. That's a weird combination considering maybe Lucario only powers up fighting Pokemon. Alright, if we find a rare candy, we get to clear this Lucario. Because it takes 10, and then it takes 70, and then it takes another 10. Alright, a Sylveon, Research, and then 2 candies. Perfect. And I don't think we need to play around Oricorio in this matchup, so I'm actually going to play out second Glaceon here and have a full health Glaceon to pivot up to. Have you done any Miltank brews yet? I would be very surprised if Miltank is a competitive card. It's not high on my priority list to play with. Miltank is just way too much investment to build your deck around for a card that gets completely put out by either a Sabrina or a Big Attack. Both of which are things that really commonly happen in this game. Miltank also doesn't produce particularly interesting gameplay. Yeah, I agree with that too, Bandana. Even when Miltank actually comes online and works, it's like not doing anything particularly interesting or novel. Very whelmed by the supporters in this set. Good. I'm glad. We need more whelming supporters and more good Pokemon that are worth playing. Manaphy Gaming. There's a name I haven't heard in a long time, video gamers. It's been 800 years. And I think because of Red Card and Mars, we just vibe here. I don't have the rare candy yet, but I have draw 4 in hand, and all of my opponent's hand disruption is significantly worse while there's 2 Sylveons and 2 researches in my deck. Get to see 5 cards next turn. Thank you for this deck, Oakland. I'm loving it. I'm just a man who wants an excuse to play Glaceon and not feel embarrassed. I think this deck is accomplishing that for me. Can I have a piece of candy, please, sir? Looking for a candy and a Glaceon and however many cards here. Alright, step 1. Well, I suppose if we break out the candy, we'll settle for no Glaceon. It would be sad. Phew! Jumping Jumpluffs. It ain't easy being breezy, Chip. Not exactly what we wanted, but we didn't brick, so that's nice. If you breathe by attack into a legendary beast, do you get to draw a card? You do, yeah. Oh, this is clever. Okay, so now, remember, I know it's been an eternity, but this does 20 damage to your opponent's benched Pokemon. So I actually have to pivot into injured Sylveon here. And then we will lose to a copy of Sabrina here because they'll be able to put. Oh, I guess that's not strictly true. No, we actually don't. We don't lose the Sabrina because we can put the Jumpluff up. So we do this. So that way they can't. Otherwise, they could clear the Glaceon plus clear the Sylveon. And then they're cooked to Cyrus. Ooh, that lets them live that. Do you think they didn't mean to put the energy on Suicune? It's hard to know. It's possible. It's possible the Suicune energy was a mistake. This does set them up to attack with the Suicune next turn, though. And then I don't want to play my bench Pokemon out, because if I do, their Suicune can deal 140 with a copy of Red. Oh my goodness! I punted. Yeah. We're talking to click him. Yeah. Just a reminder that, like, when I make a mistake and I tell you it's a mistake, you don't need to pile on in chat. Choose to be decent. There's the current deck of Brew of Yours. I despise the implication of that. Every deck I own on stream is ethically sourced, GMO free, and my own unique creation. If you ever see anybody else playing a deck that you saw on this stream first, you be sure to let me know so my lawyers can go after them. You wouldn't download a card, don't download a deck. Net decking is stealing, gamers. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. EV Nuggets, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back. I think the silver into the red card is a cry for help, chat. We should probably reach out to Dita to locate this person's IP address and send some folks to their home and make sure they're doing all right. They're screaming out. We should listen. All right, I think we're jumping into the Sylveon here to make them spread damage around. They're going to 50, so like the extra 20. I guess the extra 20 kills them through double EV bag, but they're gonna knock out this anyway, so it's only actually an extra 10. We're definitely switching. I think I want to save the Glaceon for when the 10 is relevant. The extra 10 doesn't clear a cape or an EV bag, so I'd rather they just put damage on here. In your Slow King deck yesterday, Jeff, do you think 8 tools was a perfect amount, or could you get away with running less? I think 8 was good. That's why I played 8. 8 not only makes your Slow King more consistent, but it makes the entire deck more consistent because it means Traveling Merchant thins your deck more frequently. Found the person playing Collected Company with 20 hits. Mood. Alright, and they have the cape and the EV bag, so the hope here is that we find second Glaceon. Think I'm giving up a knockout at this point. Hate to suggest it, but what do you think of swapping out Glaceon for Espeon for more sustain instead of damage? I think at that point, you've built a worse version of the opponent's deck, which were probably worse than their deck anyways, but I'm really not a fan of just playing bad builds of stock good decks. At least our deck is doing something meaningfully different. If you want to play Espeon and Sylveon together, you should probably just play the stock good deck from last season, which is very likely still one of the best decks in the metagame. Ain't nothing wrong with wanting to play a good deck, gamers. This has easily been the most common deck we've played against today, and that's not a coincidence. Cooked Osiris. Yeah, we were one short. Sad. Cooked Osiris either way, I suppose, though. Yep. I think I need to take my 2 points, yeah. So, dead to Sabrina and Cyrus. I want to Jumpluff into a legendary dog to draw cards. So the problem with Jumpluffing into a legendary dog to draw cards is once you have your Jumpluff in play, you don't have another payoff that you're drawing for in that deck. And then you have a retreat cost 2 Pokemon that you have to retreat to get back to the Jumpluff. Hey, Thaja. My personal sphere is doing pretty well. General state of the world aside. Speaking of the general state of the world, Vibes Market is way down this morning, chat. Why is the vibe bad? Who's harsh in the vibe? And when I want names, they need to be fired and replaced with people who are not vibe harshers. It's me, I'll take a timeout. I appreciate you jumping on the sword, CJ. Someone's gotta claim credit. Alright, Hoppip to lead is potentially very good. Ooh, Dark Energy. There's been a surprising lack of Dark Tina so far this morning on the ladder. Not been a lot of it. This deck makes me want to play Jumpluff with Baby Giratina. Ooh, that's a fun idea. I like Jumpluff with 1-point Pokemon. We'll have a Jumpluff highlight with Zangoose and Oricorio up on the YouTube channel this afternoon. That was pretty fun yesterday. All right. That's not the droid I'm looking for, chat. I don't know that we can afford to miss when they have first energy advantage. Very, very real chance that we are dead from here. I think this has felt worse than the Zangoose build. You've got more moving parts. In theory, you're quicker to assemble, or you're more consistent to assemble your Jumpluff, but Iono. 13 cards in my deck, same 2 back. Never tell me the odds. Never tell me the odds, gamers. I don't want to know. Hey, Thaja. Thanks for the resub. Appreciate the support. Hope your personal sphere's doing all right through all the insanity of the world. All right. Did they find a Crobat in their redraw? Man, I'd play way more Iono if my hand changed and my opponent stayed exactly the same. That card's way better. Snowy terrain still triggers, the more you know. Oh yeah, Hoppip's about to finish the crap out of this Nihilego, chat. You get in there and splash, you take some names. We're coming for him, chat. We're dead, right? Venom Fang does... No, wait, they can't Venom Fang. We're dead to a Dawn, technically. Dead to a Crobat. None of the above. All right, chat. Sylveon is here and ready to draw some cards. Assuredly we can't brick. We've played 0 researches, chat. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, lizard on a chair, take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. It ain't easy being breezy. Exit stage left. They bricked a little, we bricked a little, everybody bricks a little. We're guaranteed to have Glaceon or second Jumpluff, yes? Why not both? Why not both? The bottom card. The bottom card! Alright, who's got 2 thumbs and is dead to Cyrus? This guy right here. No. All right, I gotta take an ad break. We're gonna do like 1 more with this or 2 more with this when we get back, and then we'll pivot to the next thing. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying us incinerating rank points, trying new things instead of just hammering the stock good decks. Make sure you tap the like button. We'll keep the variety coming here for Pokemon Pocket. The Rocky Helmet's been kind of whatever. We've gotten Goosebuds so much. Kind of want to try something else in that slot. It could be like red. Hit for that extra couple of points sometimes. Serve a similar purpose to Rocky Helmet without putting it on the board. Make sure Ralph doesn't get us here. And we have to laugh because the alternative is crying. I hate all of these rebrands, chat. Why are the rebrands all so terrible? I hate it so much. Oh, a pox upon our household. It's really gonna be a pox upon us all. In theory, going first is good for this deck if we can manage to put the details together. I caught in an article that they found smallpox in the Boston wastewater. Well, thankfully, I have confidence that we're gonna fire whoever tests the wastewater here soon. Which should mean that if we stop testing for things like that, we won't have to worry about them anymore. So there's a plan in place. Just have faith. Nix, thank you for the 1.5 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. All right, any of our 4 evolutions lets us clear the Oricorio here. Lovely. Sometimes not criminally unlucky. All right, and this gets me a baby Jumpluff, assuredly, yes. Okay, 1 of 50-50. No, wait, that was guaranteed, yeah? Yeah, that was guaranteed, because I have Eevee, and I only have 3 Eevees in my deck. All right, are we in the Magna Zone? Correction, it's measles, not smallpox in the wastewater. All right. Not that that's significantly better, but that one also doesn't. That one surprises me significantly less. Yeah, measles has been winning that war significantly for a minute now. Piece of candy, please. Please, ma'am, can you spare just a nibble of candy? I'm so hungry. I'll breeze right by if you give me some candy. It ain't easy being breezy. No, Pokemon Center Lady is unfortunate. If we'd have had Glaceon to pivot into here, the Pokemon Center Lady wouldn't have mattered. Cooked to opposing copy of Cyrus. Thankfully, they went into Magna Zone so early, they don't have another thing built up. So if we can dodge Cyrus, we can probably dodge a ball. We are, however, out of Pokemon in our deck. We only have 5 basics and 2 of them are in the bin. Well, at least my opponent's playing the bad Famfi here, so we've got a shot. Though you're saying there's a chance. Take a chance on me. Do 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 do. I know people are doing like really adorable memory jar things with this Phanpy, but I would be really surprised if this is better than just attacking for 30 for 1. 30 for 1 at a Pokemon you're going to evolve off of is such an efficient rate. Alright, 2 Research, 2 Sylveon, 2 Jumpluff, and a Dream. Can't switch here. We die if we switch. Any plans for the holiday weekend? You don't get holiday weekends when you're self-employed, EZA. Alright, I've got one more variance-fueled embarrassing loss, and then we'll pivot. It's been a scuffed last 45 minutes. Looking for some basics. Looking for some basics. I'd like to phone a friend. Well, we have all of our cards set up to do the thing. The question is just, will that be enough to cut through Primarnia's healing? We do 90-ish per cycle here. Copy of red could clean it up. They're probably playing like Gyarados and Lilies though too, yeah. Have to venture to guess. So Pump does 80 now. And then their last attack does 100 plus heals 20. So this will put them to 60. And then I want to jump the Glaceon in, because jumping the Glaceon in and getting the 10-pointer means that they don't have an additional outside healing source, they die. They're going back up to 70 here. Excuse me, Miltank? That was not the Pokemon I was expecting to see behind the Primarnia. It's cute. The old surprise tank. Well, I assume they don't have outside healing based on the pause here. Oh, hey, a Pokeball. So, Glaceon doesn't die to the first Rolling Frenzy, so I'm gonna go ahead and put it up here. It only takes 10. And gets to mark 20. Oh, I guess if I would have put, well, they have Giovanni. Rude. I just supposed to Glaceon again? I guess Glaceoning again is more damage, yeah. Because they could have the Miltank heal spell. Yeah, the Miltank heal spell does 60, and the Glaceon would have been effectively 90. It would be 20 more. Yeah. When I hit the other Glaceon, I should have pivoted off of this. They could just be dead, but I definitely made a mistake here. Sylveon EX also only does 70, so I guess that's kind of a wash. Without the other evolution, this was probably wrong a couple different ways. When they had the Geo to clear the Glaceon. Yeah, they're just dead anyways, but my sequence at the end there was not ideal. Alright, we said the deck had one more loss, so that means it gets to play another one. What do I want to play after this one, chat? Do I want to play Altaria or Raikou next? I think I want to do Raikou. I want to do Raikou. Altaria Garchomp. No, I don't want to lose games. That might happen regardless, but I want to play something that's definitely going to lose games. Altaria Chomp is trash. Cool shirt, thanks. It's one of my wonderful sponsors. Work with them for a long time. They make a lot of great stuff. Do you have an Altaria deck prepped? Yeah, you should check out the new decks round up on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel this morning. Do they give up the point, or they just pivot to the Suicune right away? They're giving up the point. Interesting. Just a nibble. Hey, Lilford Legend, thanks for the 10 months. Really appreciate the continued support. Welcome back. Thanks, Nix. Appreciate the 18. Understand the 3-year-old keeping you busy. You'll feel that. $80 is not 90. Big math this morning. 80 and 90. 80 and 90 are different. This does go down cleanly to a Greninja hit, though. Our lack of evolutions when there are 5 of them in our deck is truly unfortunate. Do I just give this up? I think I give this up because of, like, it's gonna die. Like, I could draw an evolution to, like, maybe stunt the blow, but, like, when they find Greninja, it dies. And this way, if they didn't have Rare Candy Greninja last turn. So if they don't find it this turn, this uses up their attack. I guess this lets them pivot to a Froakie to get the knockout, but losing the 2 energy off the Suicune seems not great for them. How would you come to the conclusion that Manatike is strictly worse than Manaphy? It's funny to hear someone say that, because as I was building decks and thinking through turns last night, I actually think Manatike is generally a better Manaphy. So it's funny. It's funny to hear Twitch chat and say that. In general, you would be well served to remove the concept of things being strictly better or strictly worse from your card game vocabulary. Because generally speaking, things are situationally better and situationally worse. Manatite's largest upside. So, Manaphy excels in situations where your opponent, or excels in situations where you need to charge up multiple things at once. Manatike, however, is good when you're going first, and it's good when you're going second for getting 3 energy on turn 2 still. Opponent is cooked. Good night, gamer. Manaphy is better going second. I mean, kinda. Even then, it's only marginally better, and not better in every situation. Second? A Miltank Enjoyer. With the Hoppip, I think I'd chill on the research. I think if I didn't have Hoppip in play, I would research this turn because I need to get to that basic. But with the Hoppip in play, our hand's pretty full already. I don't think there's a reason to expose myself here. Man, Poison Barb is really mediocre against our lad, huh? Unfortunate we can't Glaceon this turn. Jump around. Jump around. Where's my Jumpluff? Where's my Jumpluff? I don't love playing the second Hoppip out, but I just want to get my hand small before they play their disruptive card. Oh, Whitney Enjoyer. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Do we have a lore reason behind Whitney not healing poison, by the way? Is there a lore reason Whitney wouldn't recover from poison? Milk won't cure poison. Am I giving them a Sylveon to knock out so I could get EV Glaceon set up. I think so. I think so. And they have another Whitney. We fumbled long enough that we could be in trouble here. We needed the extra damage from the Glaceon. Remember when I cut the Rocky helmet for a red? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Oh, Whitney only heals status conditions that prevent you from using Rolling Frenzy. That makes sense. All right, and then because they had time to get set up, we're in the Dentist Iris territory. As we are often known to do. They have 2 poison barbs and 2 Whitneys, chat. Maybe they don't have room for the old Cyrus. I haven't been following Pocket for a while now. What are your thoughts on a competitive game, long-term / ability to balance? I mean, I don't think any of these digital card games are particularly competitive. Shadowverse is the only one in recent memory to invest anything in esports, and their balance is atrocious. As far as like long term, this game is absolutely going to be here a decade from now. It made over $1 billion, and this game is going to last at least as long as Pokemon Go has lasted. Called shot. So that's your floor. This game made $1 billion faster than Pokemon Go made $1 billion. Its lifespan is at least as long as Pokemon Go survives. As far as ability to balance goes, I'm honestly kind of impressed with where the game has ended up in terms of balance, given that they've refused to do live balance. I think, like any game, this game would be better if they did some amount of live balance, but I think the metagames that they've hit and the way they've moved the format with set to set has been good. They've had some instances of power, obvious direct power creep, but like also the baby Pokemon in these last 2 expansions are good examples of new designs they've done that aren't strictly power creep. Any opinions on the lifespan of Snap you want to share? So the lifespan of Snap is really hard to predict because I have no idea what it costs Second Dinner to license the Marvel IP. If the Marvel IP was something they didn't have to pay probably gobbles of money for, I would tell you Snap's gonna be here in a decade. But I don't know what the line for Second Dinner is of how much money this game needs to make in a year for us to be successful. Because we don't know what they have to pay Disney, and it's assuredly not a small amount. I think Fanfy Memory Light Donphan is likely trash. I think playing Fanfy and attacking for 30 in a world where people are playing baby Pokemon periodically has a lot of upside, and the upside of Memory Lighting Fanfy's attack on your Donphan is pretty minimal when you can already attach 3 energies and hit for 110. Jumpluff EX has easily been my favorite EX Pokemon in this latest expansion. I've always been a fan of decks that bob and weave, moving their Pokemon in and out of the active slot, and Jumpluff EX does this like no other. Today's deck list is leveraging Eevee as the second evolution line alongside this Stage 2 EX, and this is for twofold reasons. The first is the easy and obvious Sylveon EX adds a consistency element, allowing us to find our 3-card combo to get to Jumpluff more frequently. And the second is pivoting into Glaceon EX is a wonderful way to add chip shots of extra damage to our Jumpluff. The way snowy terrain works, it triggers in between turns, so you get to hit for that 70 with Breeze by attack on the Jumpluff, and then you hit with that snowy terrain as you pass back, effectively doing 80 each cycle, and then getting another 10 if they don't knock out the Glaceon on the way back to you. This deck list was a ton of fun bobbing and weaving, as you're going to see from the games. If you like seeing off-meta deck lists tested in ranked, be sure you're subscribed to the channel so you don't miss any of the other things we're going to be brewing coming up. If you like today's Glaceon build, be sure to smash that like button. For the rest of the day, have fun with this one. All right, what are we doing? I think I loaded up a few things last night. I think I want to do this. I would like to try this when we return. I'm gonna run advert. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick and fill my water bottle as well. I'll be back in 120 seconds or less. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Gamers, if you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. BRB. Raikou Magnezone. Yeah, it's probably okay. I don't know. I don't love the idea of leading on an EX Pokemon and then going into a 1-pointer after, but there's no doubt that both of those cards are good cards. They might be flavors that taste good together. I want to try Jumpluff, Sylveon, Gengar EX. That's too many Pokemon, gamer. Too many cards. You only have 20 slots. That's a cute idea, but you just like can't play two. You can barely like even playing 2 stage 2s is pretty untenable. And adding what's it called in there? And there, past it. Before we jump on into games, as I mix up my my drink here this morning, I'd like to give a shout out to my drink mix sponsor. We have a Hoaglandia collection up there with them. We have our wonderful Hoaglandia branded shaker, and for a limited time, they've got one of my favorite hydration mix flavors, the cherry apple with the Jester logo on it. Today is the last day that my partner code is Hoaglandia30, getting you 30% off of any of the hydration or energy drink mixes on their website. If you're into the more caffeine-focused blends, they've got a ton of great flavors up there. Check them out for an easy way to support my content. I think one of the best organic plugs I can give for something like this is they send me a couple of tubs every quarter as part of the sponsorship, but I also buy a couple of tubs a month. Usually I go through 1.5 to 2 tubs a month, drinking 1 or 2 a day. And the cherry apple sour, I would say it's more tart than sour. Is the flavor description of it. All right, let's play some Pikachu. Rate my deck name, chat. Rate my deck name. I am sad that we are neither going first. We are neither going first, nor do we have a baby. This is actually kind of a tough decision. So I have Research and Pokeball, and I'm playing X Speed. So there's a world where I think I'm gonna lead on Pikachu EX here, because I could find. Am I? Nah, I'm gonna lead on the Raikou. There's a world where I could find Pichu and X Speed and shuffle around. Digging for basic Pokemon here. So we're gonna research before we ball, because I would like a Zeraora, if possible. Are we cooked? Might be cooked. Tight matched into our weakness. Missing first energy advantage. Did not draw an ideal start. I'm gonna take a mulligan. Onward, upwards, backwards, forwards. One of your finest do-overs, please. Going first isn't bad if we have a Pichu. All right, is it a Raikou or our other Pikachu? I guess Zeraora is not terrible either. Oh, actually, with them leading Darkrai here, if we find an elemental switch, Having the Thunderbolt Pikachu here might be real good. Yeah, I'm trying out one of each Pikachu. There's a chance that just having the deal 91 would be better. If I had the deal 91, we'd be in a better spot here, yeah? Although if we find Elemental Switch, it might be fine. I'm gonna crackly toss onto the Raikou here. Give us some options. No games. Don't disappoint Edna, opponent. Don't do it. Hopefully this is the pause of a gamer realizing they've made a terrible mistake. Got me. I am sad. Average Pokemon Pocket experience ran to the absolute massive clock all the way down. I can't believe they did my boy Raikou dirty. Why did they do him dirty? He's so good. Raikou's so good. Why are you mad? Why you have to be so mad? If I'd have been playing 2 Circle Circuit Pikachu, we'd have won this game. He only deals 60 damage at require more. He draws cards, which means he's going to be relevant for forever. I was so happy as someone who loves the Legendary Beast when I saw the designs on these. These things are going to be relevant for so long. All right, I put in the other... I'm going to play 2 of the other Pikachu and just be all in on the aggro. It is a little weird that Raikou didn't get a 1 retreat cost like Zapdos got a 1 retreat. Because Zapdos got 10 less HP than the other birds, but it got a 1 retreat cost as a compensation. That would have been nice to have. You can find my favorite decks from early in the expansion on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel from this morning for folks that are looking for concise roundup. Turn 2 deal 90 is lovely, chat. Really, really, truly vulnerable. Cool card. Punchworthy, thank you for the 114 months, by the way. My head breaks. 120 months is 10 years, so 114 months is 9.5 years. For anybody that's new here and has been wondering how long I've been here. Oh, had you not done the math yet? I apologize if you hadn't done the math and that's a surprise to you. I'm a new DC Dark Legion player. What should I be spending my source energy gems on? There is a bleed pull for 60 gems in the shop a couple of times per day. Buy that. And then there are extra bleed pulls on the weekends in the Interstellar Visitor package. You'll save them for those as well. My first kid is coming in October, so I've been avoiding all age-related thoughts. I mean, you know what I say, Punchworthy. Every child ages you by a minimum of 5 years, so prepare yourself. My second toddler took most of my hair, as they do. As they do. Look at those rosy cheeks, chat. GA Pikachu versus Starmie. Speaking of, what year is it? Holy. Alright, I'm gonna end my first turn here, chat. We have 4 energy. Your move, Yugi boy. This is all we've got. We have the power. Ooh. not a salesperson anyway, but I started losing my hair at 22, and I started taking these pills, and my hairline fully came back. I mean, you do you, gamers. And whatever fills you with joy or brings you confidence or whatever, you go out there and find it, but I can't say that I care too much about the follicles on my head. Yeah. Once every 6 to 8 weeks, I take a shaver and I shave down to nothing. And then it comes back every 6 to 8 weeks later. I got no one to impress. Same thing with my beard, except I don't shave it all the way off. I take the shortest blade and I cut it as short as it goes, so it's still there a little bit. And then a month to a month and a half later, I do it again. It's incredibly functional. I could have caped the Zera Aura, but it still dies to them having another bench Pokemon, so that's why I didn't. I think we're going like Zera into Pikachu here, just hoping to spike another couple of bench Pokemon here. And then Suicune is weak to lightning here, so we're gonna do we do 70 and then 80. Or I guess it's 70 and then 50. I will leave one more basic. Go dig in here. That's interesting. So do I do this now? I think I do this now, yeah? And then I decline playing the basic out. This way they need a Guzma or a Geo. And then next turn I could do 110, which clears through an Irina. Suicune's such a sweet design. Really interesting decision points on both sides. Opponent's deck definitely look a little bit awkward. This is the struggle with Manaphy and Mantike in the opponent's archetype, is that like you really want to go Mantike or Manaphy into an EX Pokemon, and then your opponent does not have to deal that much damage to beat you. Like I cleared their 50, and now I'm gonna clear their Suicune, and then we win the game. Oh no! Not Mars! Please don't stop! Back here, you little shit. Good old Mars. I can't believe it's 2025 and people are still playing these cards. Boro King, thank you for the almost 3 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Chinese doctor accused of stealing confidential U.S.-funded cancer research. Why do they care? We were done with it. That man sounds like a hero to me. Brady. I'd like one of your fullest benches, please. Very nice, very nice. Load it up, gamers. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Do. All right, they could hide successfully. All right, they're nice and hidden. Have you tried Jumpluff with Pyuku and Ori? We played Zangoose, which I think is better because it can attack for you. Titillating Pokemon Pocket gameplay here on your screen, gamers, I know. Honestly, we're probably cooked. They find their candy and their Volkners gonna light us up. I was doing a lot with those. It's very rude of you to take them away. Thank goodness. And man, we are just dead to Volkner here no matter how you slice it. Alright, gamers, I'm going to throw the deck list up on the screen. This is one of the decks from my new decks roundup this morning on the YouTube side. We'll take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to tap the like button. Could you use the cape? For people that aren't familiar with the last opponent's archetype, they can attack anything in play. So cape did not matter. Yeah, opponent's flips were good. Not a whole lot we can do there. It's gonna happen. Hey, Kavoff! Getting that primer in under the advert wire like a professional. Thanks for hanging out for almost an entire year here. Welcome back. Crazy to think we're having a whole year of pocket stuff. Been doing this a while. 10 months now? Over 10 months? Middle of August would have been 10 months. Does it drop middle of October? Or was it, when did the closed beta start? The New Zealand stuff. Was that beginning of October? It might have been beginning of October. We're closing on 11 months. One of my friends has saved up 3,000 hourglasses to use them all on the first Gen 3 set. That's smart. Smart. Where does Pocket rank on your favorite card games at? I don't know. Probably somewhere in the middle of the pack. It's fine. I think Pocket is a fine mix of things, and their game balance has been pretty reasonable, but I also don't think they really innovated on anything, I guess would be the way I would put it. Like Marvel Snap Ranks is probably my #1 or #2 just because it did a lot of really innovative things in the game design space that other card games hadn't tried. I wouldn't say Pocket's bad. I enjoy it, but I don't think it's like, wow, this is like so different or stands out. I think they did a relatively good job of modernizing the existing Pokemon card game from 25 years ago. That's essentially what Pocket did. It accomplishes that goal well. They had the goal of modernizing the rules from 25 years ago while also making the games be a little bit faster. All right, Raikou lead. Really hoping this Pokeball, if this Pokeball lands a Zero Aura, we're in a good spot. That's pretty. It's only 1 in 3 though. Sometimes lucky, Rubber Ducky. I think I put second Raikou on the bench. Thinking about my other things. Yeah, so that's gonna be a Pikachu then. Draw some cards here. I keep up the front here too, just make my hand less appealing to disrupt. Get all these Pokemon abilities. With our average draw, this deck really doesn't mind going first. Pichu to start, or Zero Aura plus Elemental Switch. Lets us have incredibly aggressive openers. Listen, chat, get you a Pokemon Pocket deck that gets free wins, okay? That's all you need to do is get you a deck that gets some free wins. Capitalize. You're gonna have bad variants yourself. Play a deck that can capitalize on your opponent's bad variants. They really need to support Pocket competitively. Completely disagree. Could not matter less. Every single card game I've ever played has been filled with people that think competitive gameplay is the end-all, be-all pinnacle. When the push comes to shove, reality is that the most successful and popular content creators in every card game I have ever played are the ones that have a casual focus and are playing fun, weird things, because a majority of people that play these games are casual and fun and couldn't give two flying fucks about competitiveness. It's great that there's a very small niche group of people that love playing card games competitively, but like, I'm just gonna point out Runeterra, who threw gobbles of money hand over fist at their competitive stuff for far too long because they're Riot games, and it did not grow anything. Hmm. Let's open up Raikou here. If anything, I think my #1 request for Pokemon Pocket, if they want to keep having that really silly 5 or 6 day break or whatever it is in between rank seasons, they should bring back the win 25 or 30 games mode or whatever it was. I'm glad rank exists now, but I think those other game modes we had previously served a real purpose that rank didn't. And Pocket would be better and would appeal to more people if they offered another range of ways to play. How would you build a bird-themed deck in Pokemon Pocket? The new Talonflame is kind of sweet. For the record, just because I see people misunderstanding what I'm saying, I'm not saying Pokemon Pocket can't be a competitive game. There are literally rock, paper, scissors world championships. Anything people want to play a lot of can be a competitive game. My position here, again, just for an abundance of clarity, is that Pokemon Pocket supporting competitive things does not matter in the slightest in terms of whether or not this product will be successful. Can I get a Cyrus? I'd really like a Cyrus. Sweet. Thanks, bud. I was missing the Cyrus. Once we get to take our first point here with the Cyrus, it's a really big deal. Shout out to every gamer out there who has talked about Raikou being the worst of the dogs. You really, really undervalue getting ship shots points of damage on your opponent's bench. It's so powerful in this game. Eevee Bag's pretty good here. Doggo on the bench. Crack him for 90. One more Cyrus and 5 cards. We're playing 2 Cyrus because we're a Raikou deck with chip shot damage. That's how funny would it? Okay. I was gonna say, how funny would it have been if they drew us into the Cyrus for the second time? This is the same deck from the last expansion with Raikou over Pachirisu. Kind of. We get extra utility slots because we don't have to play 4 tools anymore, which is the big upside. And your Cyruses are better with your chip shot damage on the Raikou, so you get a little bit more control over the game. But yeah, same idea. Pichu, and Zeraora plus Elemental Switch with powerful 2 energy attackers. Yeah, Baby Garchomp with Mantike is something I want to do at some point for sure, Eddie. Garchomp's one of my favorite Pokemon, personally. May I see the deck list, please? There's this deck list and lots of other deck lists that I like early on in Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel roundup this morning. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and ring the bell, gamers, so you don't miss lots of fantastic Pokemon Pocket content. 7 days a week. Lovely opener. I love a deck that loves going first, chat. That's my kink. A simple man with a straightforward kink. I like a deck that likes going first. I saw a thread about Raikou to Decidueye. Ooh, that does sound kind of fun. Because in theory, Decidueye only needs colorless energy, right? And then Raikou gives you consistency. Yeah, I could buy that for $1. I'll put that on my list. All right, and just like that, they need a cape. But we're gonna get them. Respect the Circle Circuit, opponent. Respect the Circle Circuit. It will be completed. Should they have retreated? They were getting a knockout, chat. Why wouldn't they get a knockout? Okay, we are dead to a Cyrus in theory. Zera does 20 per turn. Zera does 20 per turn. They have 1 point. I could give them the Zera. And mark some damage. Because Pikachu's not killing in 2. And we'll cape the Zera here. Because cape does not save Pikachu from a breakpoint. And it saves Zera from dying to Eevee Bag this turn. I think I want to give them Zera, right? Because giving them Zera lets me mark another 20 damage effectively, which means I can beat a... If I go switch to Pikachu now, hit you, they're effectively at 170 with their heal, meaning a single Eevee Bag stops us from killing them. and then we die to a Cyrus. So I think I hit them for 50. And then they're gonna go to 120. And then Pikachu. So this is how you want to map out the turns. You want to map out the damage back and forth in your mind. So they're going to 120, and then Pikachu puts them to 30, and then they can heal up to 60, and then Bag only gets them to 80. So that's the kind of counting back and forth. How much damage you're dealing. You want to be thinking through this game like a chess game. You want to be thinking multiple turns in advance. Okay, this is my best move, and this is their best move. And how does it play out back and forth over us alternating taking our best moves? And then there's obviously the variance element mixed in of there possibly being coin flips or your opponent having cards and hidden information. But a lot of the information, things like EV Bag that I'm talking about here, are things we can account for because they're common cards played in my opponent's deck. Do we lose to second Espeon? That's a good question. Is it ever... It could be Raikou hit them. No, I think I just do damage. I think I just do damage. I don't know that we're gonna be able to beat EV Bag and second Espeon. I think we're just hoping second Espeon is buried. If they have second Espeon, we hope they don't have Cyrus to go along with it. So again, there's permutations of things here we can't beat, but we accounted for an EV Bag, which is what I could play around. But I can't account for second EV Bag, second Espeon, etc. Wow! Yep. Got us. Interesting. And that's an interesting one, right? So, like, should I... Is it worth Raikouing? I don't know. That's what I'll have to think through. It could have been worth Raikouing there, because Raikou has the extra 10 points to play through those two. I would wager the opponent's archetype is likely still the best deck in the game. Just so we're clear. Yeah, our line was probably fine. I agree. Yes, Baby Sylveon is one of the silent killers in the Espeon Sylveon deck. It's very, very strong. I think I actually need... So I don't want to fill my bench here. Because we're gonna need... In fact, I messed up my sequencing. When they're Hop-Bip with a Lightning Energy, I should have researched before Pokeball because I need a Zera to beat a Oricorio. So... generically, I wanted a Cyrus to go with my Raikou, but once it's apparent they're an Oricorio deck, I should have sequenced in a way to maximize my chance to find Zeraora. Your Gallade deck's been helping me with ranked. Yeah, that one we did a lot of our climb with last season. Will definitely be something we revisit. That's hopefully a Zera. Ideally, this is a Zera, and then we top deck an energy switch, and then we can attack with Zera next turn. Thought we were getting to the live studio audience bit. Sedge. Sedge. You're late! For a very important date. No time to say no goodbye. You're late, you're late, you're late! Opponent's going nowhere fast here, at least. So we'll X speed, so we get to keep an energy on here when we retreat it. Get a little switched up here. Or a cape. What do you think of Baby Garchomp with Poliwrath? I think playing 2 Stage 2 Pokemon in the same deck list is not reasonable or feasible. Just this Zero with the cape is beating these chickens head to head, right? No, it's not quite. It's not quite. It is now. Thanks, bud. I don't know what the plan is here, but taking 2 points is almost assuredly not it. And this potentially frees up space on the bench for maybe they have a Guzma, or if they have a Guzma or a Giovanni, they're still winning, and that makes the Cyrus make sense. They could have Guzma or Geo. Zappy bird. Zappy bird. Alright. You got me? The claw! You did. We did our Zero 1 turn sooner. Might be cooked, gamers. The Cyrus makes a lot of sense if they have an answer to the game. Obviously, after that loss, I should split my cape 1-1 with Potion. Obvious answer, should split them 1-1. Would you consider dropping a Pichu for an Oricorio in this deck list? Listen, gamer, if you need to put your training wheels on your bike, you do that. I don't vibe on playing the Pichu out for now, I think. Oh wow, that's actually kind of funny. If I would have started on the Pichu, we wouldn't have been impacted by Charm and we'd have gotten the knockout. That's funny. I almost started on the Pichu just because it's a free retreat cost. Guess we should have. I suppose if I top deck X speed, the elemental switch in the Zero means I can still clear the Togepi. Switching the Zera in the last game still leaves us dead to Guzma and Giovanni. Only it gives them an extra turn to draw Pally, because I couldn't attack that turn. Alright, so the game plan here is... The game plan here is clear this and then Cyrus up this to clear it, probably. Keep the Pikachu. I'll play out a bench Pokemon just to get around their hand disruption a little bit if they have any. We're gonna X speed. And then elemental switch to take the clear here. I think I'm pulling it off of Zera. Leave this the flexibility to hit. We'll see where they put the energy here. If they put the energy on Togekiss, I think I hit the Togekiss, but if they put the energy on Sylveon, I might Cyrus them and just hope to draw the running Cyrus. There's only 6 cards left in my deck. This is a tempo Cyrus either way, yeah? Since they put the energy up front. Just go... Going first, and I have a Pichu. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I was kind of hoping for a Zero, or not a Zero, a Raikou there. I'll power up Pikachu instead. How is a Raikou bet? I've liked it a lot better than Tapu Koko and others. It's Raikou supercharges your copies of Cyrus in this deck and adds an element of consistency because it's drawing you cards. I think it's very, very, very good. So this deck felt close last season. Raikou might be the missing piece from the puzzle to put it on the map. This is the pause of a gamer who's cooked. Gosh, I almost feel bad attacking the Suicune chat. It's so gorgeous. Almost. I'd like to deal 110, please. And it's turn 2, and that is my Pichu given right. Would you like to waltz with me, Suicune? Every time I see decks like this, I get sad. I only have one Pichu. Well, lucky for you, you can trade for a second copy now, gamer. Yeah, the previous set going up for a trade is one of the nice things about their 4-week release cycle for sure. Hello, opponent! Look at their fancy new tier deck, chat. Being taken down by the electric rat. So many flavors, chat, and our opponent has chosen to be salty. They watched a YouTube video that said Suicune Greninja was the deck to beat, and then they lost to an unplayable card from 10 months ago? Gosh, must be a tough life. What a salty baby. Not like my Pichu, chat. My Pichu's a very sweet baby. Gives me all the crackly tosses. Charges up those rosy red cheeks to get smacking. When your deck's so aggressive, you win through before your timed out opponent can get back. LOL. Yeah, I cut the Oricorio from my sample video because I just wanted to KO people on turn 2 more consistently. If you really want to put training wheels on the bike, I put an Oricorio up over there just because people will ask otherwise, but I really don't think you need it, I don't think. All right, I'm gonna run and grab some lunch. Wait, let's record an intro. I think I have enough content for this. Yeah, let's record an intro. And then I'm gonna run and grab lunch, and then we'll play something else when we get back. We played something good. So as a teaser, because I know people leave when we change decks sometimes. You're not gonna want to leave, chat. We're gonna taste the rainbow when we come back. So let's record an intro for the Raikou Pikachu deck, and then we're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna play some of this. All right, where's my Pikachu deck? Today's deck highlight earned me back almost all of the rank points I spewed trying out things that were significantly worse than this one. If you want to run people down with something hyper aggressive, this Raichu deck is definitely the one for you. Zeraora along with Pichu and Elemental Switch allow us to hit with Raikou as well as Pikachu EX early and often. This archetype saw play in the last expansion, but it really felt like it was missing something, and Raikou felt like the missing piece of the puzzle in the games that I've played with this so far. The legendary Pulse ability lets you find everything more consistently, meaning that your EX Pikachus hit for 90 more often, and the fact that it chip shots damage into your opponent's bench Pokemon supercharges our copies of Cyrus, allowing us to dictate the terms of engagement more frequently than our opponents would like. If you enjoy competitive off-meta brews like this one, make sure you're subscribed to Glandia Pocket here on YouTube so you don't miss any of the upcoming things that we'll be showcasing. If you like today's aggro Pikachu Raikou deck, make sure you smash the like button for the rest of the day. Have fun with this one. All right, let me write that down. Let's throw the Rainbow Altaria deck up on the screen. We're gonna play this when we return. BRB gamers. BRB. Like button, YouTube. Find it. Press it. I believe. Sorry, that was a little longer than 2 minutes. I served one of my primary purposes as a father between here and the kitchen and turned off lights in 6 different empty rooms. Oh, we did hit Crown Romantic. We did. I built this last night. I have a full art one of those too. And then Ralph tried to take some of my energies away. This type's not included in the deck. You're not my real dad, Pokemon Pocket. You don't tell me how to live my life. When did school start for the kids? Week and a half ago. They started last Thursday. Kyuden! Welcome to Hogalandia's latest Shillionaire. Be sure to tag me on the Discord side so you get access to Beverly Shills. Make sure that trickle-down economy stays in action. Our next Shillionaire will only have to spend 999,715 shillings. Engineer! We either hit 100 months or nothing. Well, on your way there. Thank you for the 92. I appreciate the over 7.5 years. Welcome back. Pocket didn't believe. Usually Pocket's putting too many energies in my deck. This time it's taking them away. Less sad about the third lightning in a row since we drew the Oricorio, I suppose. So Altalia here does a base 40, and then it does 60 more if you have 2 different energy types on it. And then Giovanni gives us the clean sweep here. You know, honestly, chat, I think Altaria might be powerful enough that, like, you could kind of consider Silvally, Timu Altaria at this point. Which, for those unfamiliar, means you now have to pay $80 to bring it into the country. Are we cooked, though? I think we're cooked, because they had first energy advantage, and they have a second one of their things. I guess they have to have a supporter, which they're not. They have to have 2 supporters, which they're not guaranteed to have, but might be bad for us. close considering they had first energy advantage. And we had to give up ours to switch around to a baby. If we'd have opened on the baby organically, or had the X speed, we'd have been okay there. What does the badge thing do on YouTube? It just measures who's chatting, basically. My poor baby chat. Gonna be cooked if they have candy, but that's just how it goes playing against candy decks periodically. Ground Manatike is super cute. It really is. So I don't die without them attacking me, so I think I just slash them. If I was going to die to poison back and forth, I'd retreat, but we just take this. Unfortunately, I would be really surprised if Blastoise was ever competitive again, Gouda. You play all the energies in this deck. You can actually only put 3 energies in your energy zone in Pokemon Pocket, so we're playing 3, but we're playing 3 that are different from our 2 babies. To be more specific. What do you think, chat? Is there an out Oricorio lurking in their deck? Sometimes they play Magnerna. How do you compare Silvally to Altaria? Altaria is harder to splash, right? Because its requirement isn't just play good cards. Its requirement is you have to have 2 different colors of energy. But you also get a little bit more HP for that trade-off. You get 120 versus 110. All right, I need to hit Altaria plus a different color energy under this lightning so we can one-shot the Magnerna. Cool. I think once we hit this, they're on a 0 outer. Maybe they have a Rocky helmet. Yeah, Dragon means you don't have a weakness as well, is accurate. They can have a Geo. They need a Geo or a Rocky helmet. Guzma, yep. Are we cooked? I think we're cooked. It has retreat cost 2. I'm pretty sure, what's his name has a retreat cost 2 as well, yeah? Sylvelia has a retreat cost too also, yeah. I watched your new deck video. You really like Zangoose. I think it's always interesting framing when people are like, you really like a card, as opposed to this card is good. Zangoose is a playable Pokemon pocket card, yes. Oh, Sylvelia's retreat cost goes down. Type Doll is a higher one. Oh yeah, it's one of the weird ones, yeah. I think we're dead at this point. They already have a point. Yeah, GG, opponent. First energy advantage is a hell of a drug. We don't have a Cyrus we can draw to, right? I didn't have energy on Pokemon for Cyrus to be a live draw, Pseudo-Pally. All of my Pokemon attacked for 2. And they already had 1 point, so I didn't have time to build up energy. We just lead Swablu here. 66% of the time, this hits for 100 on 2. As long as there's not another Dark under here. Noise. I'll play one of these out to make my hand a little bit better against Disruption. I'm not going to play the second out because I think I want the extra slot on the bench. How many basics do you think are enough for Arceus to be effective? Is 6 enough? Thinking Altaria, Arceus, babies. I don't know. 6 is... I think 6 is probably on the low side. It's similar to Pikachu. Usually 7 to 8. I don't know if I want to Oricorio. I don't know what their backline is as of yet. 100 for 2 is a lot on a 1-pointer. Still pretty cooked. They can burn me, retreat, and then burn plus Magma Punch lets them finish next turn. Yes, this is a mistake on their part. They're definitely supposed to retreat here, I think, because the Magma puts the energy back on it. We'd have had them with the Cyrus, but they didn't play to the line they had available to them here. You've done it, Jeff. You've cooked the deck that counters metagame powerhouse Porygon Z. Absolutely. How playable is Zangoose? I think Zangoose is a very, very serviceable Pokemon pocket card. I think Zangoose has all the right numbers in all the right places. Aggressive. I guess if they have Candy Typhlosion, if we brick on our cape here. Yeah, we could be in trouble, yeah. Candy Typhlosion puts us in the ground. Zangoose has less health than Drudagon and can attack most of the time, and it has a 1 retreat cost, Trash Panda. So a noteworthy call out. We'll take a point here. And then if they don't have Candy Typhlosion this next turn, Cyrus gets to be lethal. Come here, bud. Crunch. Almost back to Ultra 3. The scuffed Morty to start playing some bad decks. Raikou is very menacing. First energy advantage here is real good for them. Hori's not bad for us in theory. We have a copy of Geo. If we have running different color energies, they can like bullet us, take 20, and then Geo plus Swablu can clear the Raikou. Alright, so now I just have to draw X speed and then communicate into the Swablu. Just gotta do that, Chip. It's so easy. It's so easy. The matching 2-star Raikous look real good for the opponent. Gorgeous. Which EX this expansion do you think is the best so far? I think the only bad EX in this expansion is Poliwrath. I think the other 4 are all very reasonable. I'm gonna communicate now because I don't want to lose Swablu to Osiris. Oh, feels bad, man. I should have put the lightning energy on Oricorio. It was a mistake. Oh gosh, we find Swablu, we're in such a good spot. No energy on anything other than the Oricorio. Oh. I think we're just dead at this point. I think this just ends up with them having too much time. Got a 3 out of 8 at Altaria again here. It's not gonna do it. Not dead this turn, obviously, but hit the point of no return. No longer a path forward. Judy called the set weak overall, which is wild to me if almost all of the EX Pokemon are playable. I agree with you that other than Poliwrath, they all seem fine. So, Judy's a very good player, but you have to understand the framing of competitive players' minds is usually if a set doesn't power creep and render all the existing good decks invalid, it's a weak set in most competitive players' eyes because they can just like keep playing what they're already playing. Whereas the counterpoint, it actually feels like anecdotally so far, this set is what I would envision to be a pretty ideal starting power level for a set because it's added cards that seem like they're playable, but it hasn't outright invalidated older cards to do that. I think that type of power level that we've had these last 2 expansions should be what the designers are always shooting for. I think it's exceptionally hard to do that consistently. It's tough to like make your designs wide and not just simply more powerful. Gosh, we're probably cooked to Macargo, huh? We've been cheesed. Phone games these days spam power creep so much for sales. I mean, part of it is sales, but another part of it is like, you know, that the attitude of the competitive player, right? Like the set's weak, so I don't need it. If you're aiming for well-balanced, it's really easy to end up on the side of too weak. I just started on Dark Legion. What on earth do I spend my gems on? Well, if you want to play with my group that's in Dark Legion, make sure you swap over to Earth Server 215 because your progress doesn't transfer before you get too far. And then once you're in, you should spend your gems on bleed pulls. There's a pull for 60 gems in the store a couple times a day, and then there's extra pulls in the Stellar Visitor on the weekends. We're going first, and we have a baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, a baby. They have a Magby with a water energy. Are they also doing Altaria stuff? They might also be doing Altaria stuff. You know, without an Altaria in my hand, I think I'm actually going to toss this energy onto Zengoose. Could be Lugia things. That's a good call. Good call. Lugia is a good show. Enjoy the chill set. The megas are on the way. That's true. Looking forward to the megas. Cool. We all been there, opponent. That's the way the baby crumbles. There's one card you could take out of Pokemon Pocket to make the game better. What would it be? Misty? Misty. I know it's weird to say Misty, given that she doesn't really see competitive Oricorio. Maybe it's Oricorio. It's Oricorio or Misty. It's probably Misty. Or Oricorio is more red irrelevant. I'm definitely not a fan of Oricorio's design in general. I dislike that every water Pokemon in the game is balanced around Misty existing. It's a really big design space restriction. Burn, baby burn. Eevee Inferno. Oh, definitely on the huge leg up due to first energy advantage here. I'd be inclined to generally agree Cyrus changed gameplay in Pocket for the worse. I think gameplay was a good bit more tactical and interesting in a world without Cyrus. What was one of your favorite childhood games, Magic the Gathering? Ah, nostalgia. Ah, nostalgia. Don't know that we can beat the pair of Flareons. Although Cape is a somewhat appealing way to try. Although they probably have EV bags, yeah. Right? First energy advantage. I want babies when I have first evolution advantage. Hopefully we can find some friends to put stuff on. Does anyone know if they'll ever make some of the promo cards available again? They've not communicated that. Hopefully at a minimum they'll make them tradable at some point, but yeah, it's a pretty glaring oversight in their current economic model that a lot of the promo cards are just completely inaccessible at the moment. Keep up the goose here. Just gonna get a card out of my hand. Or get red carded or Marsed, etc. Old Fire, Lightning, Dark Energy deck. Look at this silly goose, chat. Such a lovely little goose. Let's clear Manaphy out. They would need to fill their entire bench to KO my goose. Takes them, if it takes them 2 hits to get through the goose, that's very good for us. Sad I didn't put the other cape on my bench goose. That'll do, pig. That'll do. 40 damage, Suicune hit. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. They need some healing. Or the counter attack plus the slash threatens to put him down next turn. Honey. It's been a while since we've had to play into Druida Gods, eh, Gibbers? It's been a minute. Cup of two tree. Who doesn't love a good old-fashioned counterattack, really? All right, we need to take a pause for the cause. Let some adverts roll. I'm dragging a little bit. The kid's getting back to school as me waking up earlier. I'm not on a good sleep schedule yet, so I'm gonna run and grab a little bit of caffeine. We'll throw the deck list up. If you're watching on YouTube and enjoying the Pokemon, tap the like button. We're going to do one more leg, and then we're going to kick out over to doing some snap for the rest of the afternoon. We're going to play some more of this when we return, so don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out. do you think an Umbreon Sylveon dog deck would fare in this developing metagame? Unfortunately, I don't think Umbreon's a very good Pokemon pocket card. I think any pairing you can have with Sylveon for other evolutions is almost assuredly just worse than Espeon, because one of the big upsides Sylveon gives is adding more consistency to your deck, and then trying to pair it with a 2-color one would hurt your consistency. And the power level that you'd be getting from any secondary evolution is just not high enough to be worth the consistency cut you run into. Thank you for the super chat, Nicholas. Appreciate the support. Oh, you meant Espeon. I think the Espeon Sylveon deck is probably still the best deck in the metagame. Until proven otherwise, that one's #1 with a bullet. Deck's hyper consistent. There was no overt outright power creep in this expansion. It feels... The legendary beasts feel like they added additional draw engines that you can play instead of Sylveon, but Sylveon's still very good. Magnerna. Is this Solgaleo enjoyer that just started on their bad basic? Smells like it. I'm gonna research before I Pokeball, because I really just want to draw some more basics here. He said before swinging and missing. I put a cape on one of these just because Altaria with 140 means it survives a Solgaleo hit. And then next turn, Altaria threatens to do 100 here. Nice, clean KO. I know I say this a lot, chat, but get you a deck that gets free wins while you're climbing the ladder. There's going to be plenty of games that you lose due to pure variance. You want to play a deck that can capitalize on your opponent's bad beats. Most efficient climbing decks have some of these aggressive openers, or when your opponent misses the beat, you shut the door. Man, never any of our babies when going first. Big sad, big sad. Ooh. Baby? 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 Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I wish I had the Swablu in hand. I think without the Swablu in hand, we Toasty Toss onto the Zilligoose. But it's sad. It's sad that I can't go here. What's our current deck we're running? We're playing Tricolor Altaria. You can find the exact list in the new decks roundup that was posted on the Hooglandia Pocket channel this morning. With cards getting faster by not having big energy cost to attack, will higher energy cost Pokemon be relevant anymore? I mean, the other best deck in the metagame after Sylveon Espeon is Darkrai Giratina, which has a 3 energy attack and a 4 energy attack. So the answer to that question is a very objective yes. It's just there's some conditionals around the details there as well. If I slash them, I go to 60. And then they hit me for 30, down to 30, and then I go to 10. So I don't need to cape just yet. I'm gonna go ahead and Geo. Just get my damage marked in now. I only played one research, and if I draw research, I want to be able to get that down. The cape will let me survive another poison shot, which means I'll get to slash and not go down immediately, which is nice. Oh, wow. That's obnoxious. Swablu? Swablu? I'm definitely retreating, I think. And then it's do I energy the Zangoose or not? I think the answer is no. I think of regular Garchomp with Altaria. I think it's really hard to play a stage 2 and a stage 1 in the same deck, because you just don't have enough deck slots on average. Our deck is 50% Swablu's. One communication, 2 Swablu's. We're through both our researches. $50% Altarios, that means we're definitely not drawing it. Yeah, basically. It does exist! $100 damages, please. Big damn, big damn. As boring as it is, I think the right way to approach building Altaria is likely something close to what I'm currently doing, which is to say you should probably play it with a bunch of good basics. You actually can't select more than 3 energies for the deck. So I have Lightning, Metal, and Dark, and then we have a Water Baby and a Fire Baby. You wanna make sure Lightning's in there so that way Oricorio can attack occasionally. Are we done here, gamer? One Snoot Boop, please. How does the Dark type Ultra Beast deck perform? I think I threw it in B tier during the roundup last season. It doesn't see a ton of play, but it like the Dark type, the Guzzlord Ultra Beast deck is like one of those decks where like when it's absent from top tournament results, you don't bat an eye, but also when it pops up, it's not really novel either. It's like it exists and is fine and occasionally does a thing, but it's also not one of the better or most popular decks. This is not an ideal opener. Dark Energy Mag B, they must be an Altaria deck as well, yes. Hopefully tempo the crap out of them with this Sabrina. See if they have a copy of Leaf here or not. I'd forgotten about Tempo Sabrina. It's been so long, to be fair. Wonder if they're an Ilima deck. Wait, they're playing Zubat? What is going on? I don't understand. This is a high variance communication, but I think it's correct. That's what we're looking for. Oh, it's the Acrobat, sure. If we weren't putting energy on the Swablu this turn anyway, should we have waited a turn to communicate? I just really want to get my hand small. There's so much hand disruption in the metagame. Zangoose is putting their carry pants on. He says before he gets Ilimud. All right, getting the KO here is real nice. Do you think there's a Lugia or something hiding in the back here? Remember when Cyrus released and a bunch of nerds were like, I can't believe they power crept Sabrina? I remember. Mars is a reason to play the baby out. Speaking of hand disruption, it's a different use case. Absolutely. As is often the case, gamers absolutely love conflating things that are just different as being strictly better or strictly worse. What do you think of Zangoose? Is it better than Drudagon with the same ability? I think it's situationally better. I think retreating for one is a big deal. I don't think there's any way around needing to top deck Cyrus. Yes, building decks is easier if people conflate things as strictly better, strictly worse. If things are different, you have to actually put brain power into it. Exactly. Only 1 in 9 here, unfortunately. So likely dead. This is too late, yeah. I could draw my second cape. No, I've already threw both my capes. The very next card, Sedge. We're dead to the Crobat on the bench. Yes, Boss's Orders is a card I don't expect to come to pocket for a long time, if ever. Hopefully never. Hopefully never. Can I get a baby? I need a baby. Do 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 do. This is a little bit greedy, but I think I need to take the swing here, he says before hitting Altaria. Alright, Zangoose is lovely. A little bit of a Gamba here, but what's Boss's Orders? Boss's Orders is Cyrus without the conditional. You just get to grab target thing off your opponent's deck and drag it forward. Or opponent's bench and drag it forward. Real obnoxious is what it is. Another Guzz Gamer. Lucamine here, probably gonna give us a run for our money. No Poison Barb is nice. Don't know that I'm caping yet. Not sure where I want that at. Few different places that could end up being useful. If I Cyrus the Nihiligo, I don't die to the poison. Which is pretty appealing. If I don't cape, it means that they don't have to attack me, but I think that's fine. I think I want to keep the Swablu so Altaria lives through a Tyrannical Hole hit. always put Magby up here, because Magby has a free retreat cost, lets me kind of delay the decision of who I want in the active, just in case I draw something that changes it. Don't think that changes anything, but still strictly correct to wait. Don't know if this is right. I couldn't evolve the Altaria there because you can only toss onto what's it called? I think we're cooked at this point. Yeah, all of the babies only put energy onto basics. Magby, Mantike, and what's his name? Pichu. I already used my Cyrus. The Sabrina is my last tool that can screw with their bench. I think I want to use it here. It's close though. Stack an extra energy on here. In case Grindcore does something silly. All right. So I think the line here is retreat this, put up this. I think I want to tap this twice. I'm gonna put an energy on here, so that way, if they Grindcore me, they have to hit a 1 in 3 if they only mill 1 energy. It's a shame I just didn't have second Altaria built. I think we're just dead now, yeah? Don't think I have a line. I'm not playing any copies of red. GG, opponent. Altaria is my favorite Pokemon ever. How's this deck? I think it's fine. I think I'd be pretty surprised if there's not a competitive Altaria deck somewhere. 100 damage for 2 energy is a really premium rate on a 1-pointer. We do get Mega Altaria in 2 sets, yeah. That one needs double Psychic for its attack, though, so I'm not sure that it'll play necessarily alongside the baby. I'm gonna keep the Magby so it doesn't go down in 1 here. I would have preferred a Swablu, but beggars, Champy choosers, and all that. This is better than Bricking. Howdy, Phantom Crew. Looking for a Swablu. Is this guaranteed to be Swablu? I think they're the only 2 basics in my deck at this point, yeah. God damn it. I mean, that's fine, I guess. I deserve that. Get cooked by an Espeon here, because we don't have our second keep. Like I've said a few times today, I think the opponent's deck is likely the best deck in this metagame by a lot. If we'd have... And this is, you know, it comes down to the fact that it's just way more consistent than everything else. If we'd have had our Altaria to attack with on turn 2 instead of Zangoose, we'd be in a very reasonable spot here. But our deck's just so much less likely to be able to do that than their deck is to assemble their evolutions, because all 6 of their evolutions evolve from all 4 of their basics. So they just pound for pound get to pound you. I think Espeon is a good card in a vacuum, or is it along for a ride because it fits in with Sylveon? I think evaluating cards in a vacuum is really stupid, because you're just going to end up with a bunch of bent cardboard. That goose is cooked! It is, and so are we. Thank you for the 5 months, Martin. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I opened 2 full art Mortys and by cooked. I mean, if by cooked do you mean will you ever play those cards? Absolutely not. They are wholly and fully worthless. Alright, chat, I know I said that was going to be our last leg of Pokemon, but I kind of want to play a couple more with this deck. So, we're going to take another ad break because it's about time for that, but we're going to play a little bit more Pocket when we get back, so because I'm having fun with the expansion. We're definitely going to Snap today. I plan to be live till about 5 o'clock, so we got lots of hours, but we're doing a little bit more Pokemon still. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you're enjoying the extra long pocket segments yesterday and today, make sure you tap the like button to let the algorithm know that. Appreciate the folks that have done that today. Underappreciated vacuum joke. Thanks, I try. Appreciate the folks who notice. Does Claydol see play soon? Absolutely not. That type of effect on an otherwise playable Pokemon would be good, but that type of effect is not enough to make a bad card good. The only thing better than 2 full art Mortys are my 3 full art Budding Expenditures. I have 5 full art Sabrinas. And while obviously I get good use out of my first 2, it's honestly insulting to people like myself who have spent far too much money on this game that Pokemon Pocket has not given us anything meaningful to do with 3rd and 4th copies of extra ones of those. And with cards like Sabrina, it's like extra insulting because they haven't even taken the effort to allow us to flare them. You literally can't flare 2-star supporters. Like that, like the barest freaking minimum is they could let us flare them so when we play them they were extra sweet. You still wouldn't have a use for copies past 4, but it would give you something to do with some of them. I have 12 full art Leafs, yeah. Yeah. I want to prefix with, I'm not planning to stop playing Pocket. I'm enjoying it, and the game itself is good. But genuinely, I think Pocket might have the worst player economy of any digital card game of the last decade. It is exceptionally bad in a number of ways. It's bad for free to play in a number of ways. It's bad for big spenders in a number of ways. It's just not good. It's real bad all around. I don't know if I'm supposed to lead Swablu in spots like this. Hopefully there's a big update during the anniversary that makes some of those things better. My dearest gamer, this game's been out for 11 months almost, and I still can't import a deck list from text. I would implore you, please do not hold your breath hoping for new features. You will suffocate. In fact, quite the opposite. I would make what I feel is a compelling argument that the more successful the game is while lacking features, the less likely it is to actually ever get features because they made plenty of money without them. Why would they bother? They did promise changes in the last article. They promised changes that would help player retention. And in my experience with mobile games, which is copious amounts at this point, the types of changes these companies typically make that they think help with player retention usually aren't QOL and new features. Not always, but usually not. Oh my goodness. We have 2 metal energies in a row. Cooked is what we are. Well done, well done. Nintendo is conservative compared to other... Why do people always talk about Nintendo? You know Dina makes this game, right? Is the Pokemon Company owned by Nintendo? I guess I should. I don't have that connection to my brain. Is the Pokemon Company owned by Nintendo? I thought they were their own entity, but are they connected? It is. They're a subsidiary of Nintendo. In part. Okay. Pokemon Company is 1/3 Nintendo, 1/3 Game Freak, and 1/3 Creatures. Multiple companies have shares in the Pokemon Company. Okay. Who is Creatures? Does Creatures have a hand in anything else, or is it just Pokemon? Creatures are the ones who made the initial Pokemon TCG. Okay. Sounds like this onion's got some layers. They're playing Eevee Bag. Oh, is this? They're playing Eevee Bag in the Greninja. Are they the Greninja build? I think they're the Greninja build. I also think we're cooked. All right, I've got one more lots to do with this before we give up and move on. Creatures is largely responsible for the merch in the card game. Okay. All right, so that Gibble could imply that they're playing two-color Chomp, but a lot of two-color Chomp decks also play at least one EX Chomp, so I think we're going to want to cape the Swablu here so we don't get Candied hit you for 50. I think I'm charging up the Goose here without the Swablu in hand. I guess I could hedge here technically, yeah. Do one on each? Do you think they're on no water energy in their energy zone, or is it just variants so far that they haven't had any? No point in keeping, because Chomps do 100 anyways. My average variance is my opponent with their 2-color deck assembling their stage 2 more often than I assemble my stage 1. Welcome to Thunderdome. Always optimal to put the man tyke up. Free retreat cost. Oh, I mean, with the second Swablu here, it's technically optimal to peck them for 20 this turn, because if I top deck Swablu or Altaria, we'll want to be able to deal 100 to clear. Alright, dealer. 3 Altaria, 10 cards in a dream. So redraw towards him. Alright, instead of one more embarrassing launch, let's kick on over to Snap It, huh? If you're looking for more Pokemon Pocket content from me, give a little teaser here. We had a best decks or best new deck ideas roundup featuring new cards this morning on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. If you haven't seen that one already, and we're actually going to publish a second video today over there as well. Yesterday, we did a showcase with one of the decks in there. I think this deck, or something close to it, is likely going to be very serviceable this season. So Jumpluff pivoting into Zangoose or Oricorio, kind of letting you have your cake and eat it too when it comes to leading on an aggressive EX and then pivoting into one-pointers to make your opponent go 1-1-2. So if you want to see some games with this, head on over to the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. I'm going to hit publish on this right now. And if you want to watch more here in Hoaglandia, just sit tight. We're going to kick on over to some Marvel Snap this afternoon. I'm gonna roll an ad while I get that published and everything flipped over.